Hello and welcome everyone to Titan Tuesday's Productivity Sprints. I'm Shanon, writing on the opinion of S.C. Huston, the author of A Curse of Scales and Feathers, A Curse of Wings and Gems, and the currently releasing Bound to the Elements series. And the goal of this stream is to hopefully be a productive day, but a bit longer. It's more of a marathon day of sprints. So I'll do 1 hour long sprints, but the chats in between are not timed like they are on the other days of the week. So hopefully we'll get through quite a bit. I always try to hit between 8 and 10 sprints. I think last time we hit 7 sprints last week on Tuesday. But I do have a book I'm trying to finish writing this week if I can. I can write pretty fast, usually. So I can typically draft really fast because I do dictation. But man, yesterday I spent most of the day writing one chapter because I couldn't get it right. And I was rewriting and rewriting and rewriting. The second chapter went a little bit faster and I didn't get that done until evening time. But I was looking at like how many chapters I think are going to be in this story. And I think I have around 15 chapters left, but I've always end up more than 15, or I always end up more than what I think I'm going to do, because I don't really plan things all the way out to like the details. I just have ideas. And then I get to an idea and I realize, oh, that doesn't work, or it works better if it's like this. And that's kind of true for like the chapter I wrote last night. The second chapter I wrote was actually supposed to be like 2 chapters, or it was supposed to cover 1 chapter, and it's going to be 2 chapters. So already I've got an extra chapter there. But say if I did start off the week with 15 chapters and I was going to write Monday through Friday on this book, that's 3 chapters a day. And I only got 2 chapters done yesterday. And I think it's actually going to be more than 15 chapters. So I don't know if I'll finish this book by the end of the week. Maybe things will go faster as I get through the bigger portions and the climax and whatnot of this story. I don't know. We'll see. But I'm just going to try and get as much of this novel done as I can. And Diane was the first one. Hello, good morning. Working on GMST. Does that count? LOL. Well, I don't assume I'm an authority on anything and what counts for working, but in this case, I really cannot say anything because I don't know what GMST means. So, Andy N, hello. How's it going for you? I feel like it's been forever since we've actually had like a conversation. But we do see each other in passing all the time. And good morning, Stacey. How are you doing? Are you guys working on anything? So the novel I'm working on, well, it's supposed to be a novella. I've always had a novella that's gone with my Kickstarter novel, and I have a Kickstarter that I'll be doing later this year, most likely in October. And that book is pretty much done. It's going to go to my typo buster team, which is the last step in the process. That's after it's gone through Omega readers and beta readers, and it's gone through 2 editors. And I've done lots and lots of revision on it. And so now it's going through the typo buster team because there's always something that you miss. That, you know, we're human, we miss things. So it'll be going through my typo buster team in July. But anyways, oh gosh, I got off track already. What was I saying? The novel. So I usually have a novella that goes with my Kickstarter novels. And my first one, I already had the novella written. It was actually the first thing I wrote in my world. And so that wasn't any big deal. When I thought about my second Kickstarter, I wrote that book pretty quickly. But this one, I had a long time thinking like what would work as a novella for this story. And everything that I could come up with was like, no, that doesn't work. No, that doesn't work. And then I thought about the things I had thought about in the past, which was like, what kind of place did my main female character come from? Where her sisters would have tried to kill her at the age of 8. Like, what kind of place would they be in to think that would be okay? And I've been thinking about that for a long time, for a couple of years. And so I just kind of worked off of that. So I think that's another reason why this novel is a little bit harder for me to write, because I haven't been thinking about this particular storyline for very long. I tend to think about stories for a really long time before I start writing them. So, yeah. Andy says, I'm on a different project for a few months. We'll see where it goes. Okay. Yeah, I do remember you mentioning something. I don't know if it's the same project, but I remember you saying you're working on something that's not quite writing before. Getting my oh, okay. That's what GMST is. You know, I was like racking my brain, like, is this something that's on her channel? Because I actually did go to your channel. I was like, does she talk about this on her channel? Is this like some type of, is it artwork? Is it writing? Is it, you know? And I was like, I couldn't figure it out, but that makes sense. So yeah, I think you can work on that because I guess I didn't say my usual spiel. You can work on whatever productivity you need here, whether it's reading, writing, housework, coursework, day job, or just taking care of you. So getting your GMST, I think, is taking care of you. So yes, I agree. You can work on that. It counts. Kat, hello. Good morning, Shannon, Andy, and friends. Already worked out, showered, getting dressed now. I did my workout this morning too, and washed up and got dressed for today. So I'm right there with you. And then hi to Kat from Andy, and I'm on an all-day Grease the Groove workout for legs today. All day. So is it like you do a little bit of work and then you do a leg workout and then a little bit of work and then go back to doing a leg workout? I'll ping you a message on Discord about what I'm doing right now. Oh, okay, cool. I mean, not that you have to, but I was like, I haven't caught up with you for a while. And I know you're doing like other things. But I've got the Discord pulled up, but I might be getting deep into my writing. Hopefully I can get this figured out with the story. It's going really slow. Diane, let me know when you figure out how to get one stuff together. I have to figure this out, right? I'm working on rebooting my channel now, content calendar, etc. Which channel, the art channel, or is it your other channel that you're going to reboot? Oh, shoot. I don't think I added to my banner, my word count from yesterday. I did put it in my spreadsheet. I had an email this morning from MailerLite. I use MailerLite for my email platform, saying that they couldn't authenticate my domain and that one of my automations was no longer going to work. And I'm like, what do you mean authenticate my domain? I've done that before. I had to do it back when they did the whole forget what it's called now, GDPR, whatever it is. So I had to go through my website because I was going through Gmail before. And it said something about authenticating my Gmail. And I was like, but you told me I couldn't use Gmail anymore. So I followed directions to get in there and Gmail is not even there. It said to authenticate next to the Gmail. I'm like, it's not even there. It's my actual domain, my website. So I went back to look at the email and it said that this one automation would stop working. I'm like, oh, well, I don't even need that automation anymore. I retired it. So that's probably why. It's just like, hey, this one's not going to work anymore the way you think it's going to work. Yeah. Anyways, I don't know if anyone has gotten anything like that. For those who have newsletters. Okay, 28. I'm trying to update my word count, 566. And that would put me, what? 42.86%. So I should be at 0.8. I should be at 50% of my goal by the end of this month. I don't know if I'll be there. Even if I finish this novel, whatever it ends up being, even if it's at 60,000 words when I finish, which I think that might be the high end of where it's going to end, I still wouldn't hit my goal for the month to be halfway through. Because I think, I have like 71,000 words more I have to write this month in order to be halfway through to my goal by the end of this month. And so 60,000 would even hit that. But I'm saying that, and that's me drafting. I'm probably going to end up brainstorming in between because I did a lot of brainstorming yesterday. But in the brainstorming, I tend to get a lot of words because it's just verbal vomit. Grease the Groove is like, do a few reps of something, then take a long break, then a few more reps the next hour kind of thing, like 10 squats per hour or something. It's tiny, but adds up. Not only that, Andy, but there's recent research out so that there's been research, they've had research they've been publishing for years about exercising, right? And they say that we have to have so much exercise in a week to keep our heart healthy and things like that, just for overall health. And I read a lot of this stuff because my job is sitting, and I'm sure some of us have a job where we're sitting most of the time. And so a lot of this research is built around people who have jobs where they're sitting. And so it was like, getting your 10,000 steps a day, or, getting your, I can't remember what it was. I think for my age group and my gender, it's like 2.5 hours of walking I should do a week or something. I can't quite remember. But the newest research out shows that you can hit those metrics and it still doesn't do the best for your heart and your overall health. They found now that if you have a job where you sit all day, it's better to at least once an hour do some air squats, even if it's 5 or 10 air squats. By having that little bit of movement in between sitting every hour is better for your health. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense. The art channel, been spending a lot of time and focus on solo exhibit that ends this weekend. So all the hard work there is over. Now I can focus on channel and website. Okay. And I did look at your channel. I was trying to figure out the Gmail, and it looked like it's been a little bit since you've done anything over there. So we'll look forward to the reboot. Good morning, Kendra. How's it going? Saying hello to everyone. All right, let's go ahead and get into the first sprint of the morning. 1 hour on the clock. In 3, 2, 1, Good luck, everyone. Okay, that is time. How did you do? I spent most of that brainstorming this next chapter because the chapter I wrote last night, I'd mentioned at the beginning, was going to be probably 2 chapters. So I need to figure out what the second chapter looked like. So most of the time I spent brainstorming, and then by 11 minutes starting to draft the chapter. So I'm still in the beginning of it. Another day. That's going to take me a while to get through all the chapters, I think. So shortly after we went on the first sprint, Diane says, first on agenda, clean off desk. So hopefully you were able to get that done. That's about an hour ago. JL came in saying, good morning, people of YouTube. Good people of YouTube. Hello. Hi, JL. How's it going? Doing fine. Working on drafting. So it's one of my favorite parts of the process. I like drafting and brainstorming. So this is the part that I like. But I feel like the story is not turning out the way I want. But all I can do is keep on going and then revise and hopefully get to where I want to be. JL says working on final edits, almost at the 50% mark. Hey, almost there. Well done, JL, from Andy. Thank you, Andy. And then Eva came in. Good morning. How are you doing? Andy says off for a bit. We'll pop back later. I missed him leaving out. That was about 20 minutes ago. Good morning to Eva from JL. I arrived, scrolled, and drank some water, but my document is still open from yesterday. Well, I guess it's still saying, hello, you got to work on me. I have to close everything down on my computer. So my computer is weird. But yeah, I have to close it all down. Because if I do not close it down and then I come back later, then I lose internet connection. And no matter what I do, I cannot get the internet connection back again. So I have to shut everything off and then turn it all back on again so that I can have internet. Kat says, I'm working on admin type tasks, currently working on financial tasks. Those are always important. I actually need to do that too. Not at the moment though. I'm working on the Mythic Fantasy. You taught me that term, LOL. Well, I mean, not I, KM Weiland, right? Or was it? I don't think it was me. Maybe it was me. I don't know. I thought it was KM Weiland, but I don't know. I've only written one scene thus far. The next scene is at a place I've not thought too much about before. See, that's the issue I'm having, is that this story that I'm writing, I haven't thought about for a really long time. I've only thought about it for a month and a half. I think that's why I'm having a hard time writing this story. Because usually I think about stories for a long time, many months, sometimes years. Writing A Curse of Spice and Smoke was so fast for me. I mean, it took a year to write it, but there was so much of that time I was not actually writing on it. If I put together all the time I actually spent writing on it, it was 2.5 months. But I have been thinking about that book since the middle of 2022. So it came out so fast because I've been thinking about it for so many years. And this book, this one I'm working on now, I've thought about for a month and a half, maybe slightly 2 months. But yeah, and it's so hard for me to get it out. It's I don't feel like I know the story well enough. I think that's the issue. So done my meeting back. Oh, welcome back, Andy. I was just saying, I missed you. Okay. Kendra says, I've been working on my list of agents to query now that I have my query and synopsis ready. Did you find any of, I don't know if you got a chance or not, you don't have to answer if you didn't get a chance to do it. See any of MK Williams videos? I think I talked about that, right? I'm pretty sure I mentioned it last week, but I know I also mentioned it at the women's writing group I meet with once a month because we met last Thursday. And there was a few people, they were going on talking about query letters and stuff. And so I mentioned KM Williams. MK Williams, not KM. KM Weiland, MK Williams. Lots of similar sounds there. But I didn't say for the full conversation because I'm not querying. But Andy says, I hope you don't lose count counting all that money to Kat. Oh my goodness, Andy. You said it to me. Oh, okay. Then maybe taught it to you. LOL. Yeah, there you go. I mean, I think what it is okay, I imagine my brain is like a sieve, right? If I'm saying the word right, where information drips out. But sometimes it gets stuck. But then it drips out and I forget that I know it. And then I remember I know it. Does that make sense? I don't know about this memory of mine. I'm oh, wait, I did know that already. But I feel like when I hear something or read something or see something, then I'm like, did I know that already? It feels familiar. I'm at 400 words for the day. Nice, around distractions. Oh, that's really good then with the distractions. I have about another hour to write and then the kiddos to swim lessons, and I don't know if I'll be writing while I'm there. I always found it hard to write with swim lessons. I don't know if it's a different situation. I mean, my oldest, he was fine with swimming, but my youngest, he was autistic and he was nonverbal when I was taking him to swim lessons. So I always worried. I worried about everything. Like, how are the people going to, handle him? And but it was one thing I knew that he liked to do that was physical. Everything else he avoided. So I wanted to make sure he had swim lessons. The world of the story is what's hard for me. I don't picture it in my mind's eye. I have all the character arcs and motives and all that. Lots of webs linking things together, but where? That kind of feels like what I'm feeling too. Mine, like, I know my characters' arcs and their motives, but I'm trying to figure out the soft points because it's supposed to be a romance. And the soft points of them, when you become vulnerable to somebody, to allow them in. And I'm having a hard time. And the reason why they don't have a lot of soft points is because of the world that they're in. But I'm having a hard time figuring out like how that all interacts. And I had my main male character do something yesterday, and I feel like this is right. And I was like, this doesn't feel right for what he just did in the chapter before. I was like, nope, this is where his arc would be. This is how he would be feeling. So I was like, did I not build it up right? And so I looked at it this morning. I was thinking that yesterday. And this morning I looked at it before he came online. And I was like, no, I didn't build it up right. I'm making him too passive in this scene before, when he'd be feeling all these emotions, because I know this is the right emotion. It just felt too harsh because I hadn't built it up. But it's like, this is what he would be feeling in this moment. I mean, his family's been killed off. He was tortured for a decade and then made to serve in a position in court that was a dishonor to his family's legacy. So like, he would be really, really upset right now with this happening. I was like, but I just didn't build it up right. And so okay, I was interacting with the scene and him trying to be, sort of soft and vulnerable for the female main character. But I was like, is that the right emotion? Like, he can be somewhat soft and vulnerable, but mostly in his actions, not what he's saying. I don't know. I'm having trouble with this story, obviously. I just keep telling myself, keep moving forward, keep writing it, and then you can go back and figure it all out. But I'm leaving myself notes where I feel like I'm not doing his arc justice where he should be. Hello. Ooh, crying. It's so exciting. I think that's somewhat subjective. But yes, it's exciting for anybody who's on the journey, who is choosing that journey. It's exciting. I didn't actually find querying to be very pleasant when I was doing it years and years ago. And so when I decided I was going to write full time, I was like, that is not a way I'm going to go. The opposite for me, but not the same experience for everybody, right? Kendra says, it is, and terrifying. Oh, I forgot to go check. I saved it. I'll go look. Oh, okay. Before I found AuthorTube, I didn't know a lot of the terms that we use constantly. Mythic fantasy is very accurate, I think. But before I'd say a high fantasy, I think, LOL. Oh, before you would say high fantasy. Yeah, not necessarily the same thing. But high fantasy can be really hard to nail down as you can look at the term, but then to apply it, I think is hard. So theoretically, it's hard to apply it because it overlaps so much. So it could overlap with mythic fantasy. It could overlap with epic fantasy, but those are two different types of fantasies, right? Yeah. And three altogether, if you think of all three of those, but they do have some overlapping things. I wrote short stories originally as origin myths, so realizing it's a mythic fantasy really opened doors. The more you keep saying this, the more I'm like, oh, I remember this conversation that I said last week, that I said the term. See, it's like my brain is like the information is gone. I'm like, oh wait, no, it's not actually gone. It's still there. I just have to remember that it's there. Really open doors, like it is Earth, but not this Earth. So secondary Earth, that puts in the realm of also epic fantasy. See, crossover. The epic fantasy is typically a secondary Earth or some type of other dimension or realm that's very similar to Earth. That's usually epic fantasy. Karma, my special needs kiddo, is 10 now, so I'm less concerned about how they will deal with her. Yeah, okay. But when she was 2, yeah, the pool was very distracting. Yes. Yeah, because mine was 5 and 6. Because I took him 2 summers in a row when he was 5 and 6. And he was nonverbal until he was like 6. 6 years and a few months, I think. Yeah, he was still pretty nonverbal when we went to the pool, and that was a couple months after his 6th birthday. So I was, yeah, I totally get that. But now that he's older, he's 13 now, and now I probably would not be as worried about it because he's very verbal now and very, very like he's at a point now where he's standing up for himself and he's learning to do it in a way that's not disrespectful. Like I don't know if I said it here. He went to the pediatrician a couple Fridays ago, and it was like for his his yearly well check, and they were talking about something, and it I had something that was related to his autism, and she says, well, when kiddos they have a special way of thinking about things, and he let her finish, and he says, I don't really like you saying the word special to refer to my autism. Um, he says, I don't think that feels good to me. And she was like, well, I really like that you said that. And she says, oh, I have to tell you, she says, I work with little kids all the time. She says, you're 13. You could now actually see like a family doctor. You don't have to keep coming to see me if you don't want to. She says, but I do have to tell you that I work with little kids, and little kids think the word special is a really fun word. So that's why I use it. But I understand that I won't use it with you because you are a young man now. And so it was like, wow. But yeah, it was kind of interesting to see how your kids go from, you know, not talking to like putting their foot down on things. So, all right, the ending would probably lend to the great flood myths that already exist. I like that. I love how like we have all these flood myths around the world, and I mean, it really makes you think that well, there had to been a flood, depending if you're religious or not religious, or if you just read myths or whatever. The fact that it's over and over again as a motif in stories leads some credibility to the fact that it probably happened. Trying to make a mythic fantasy a high fantasy really messed things up because it required moving the location. In my brain, at least. Oh, okay. Honestly, I think you could still have a high fantasy in a different place. I wish. I'm paying bills. I love that he's advocating for himself. Oh yeah, that's a better word than what I use. I was saying standing up for himself. I was thinking there was a better word. I was like, can't think of the word. Having issues with stories and words today. But yeah, that was really interesting that he said that. Like I was not expecting him to say it. In that case, I hope you don't overpay, says Andy DeCat, and laughing. I tend to use special because karma has a rare disease, so I don't like going into the nitty gritty for a brief conversation. Yeah. I mean, I think it's okay if like if they don't have an issue with it, the kiddos don't have an issue with it. And I don't think I've ever really used the word special with Julian before. Like it's not something that I had thought of using. So I wouldn't have known that that was what he felt about it. And I don't even know where someone would have used that word with him because it doesn't feel like it's something I've heard anyone say to him, but it could have been like at school or something. Um, but now I know his thoughts on it because he was able to tell the doctor how he felt about it. So, and I would have known, but yeah. Alrighty, let's go ahead and get going on another 1 hour sprint. If you have to leave out, thanks so much for coming, and for everyone else, get going in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. I was thinking the same thing, like up here. Yeah. All right, that's time on that sprint. How did you do? I just had finished up that chapter that I was working on. It was 1691. Had like 300 some words in the chapter already. So it's still, these chapters are becoming a bit longer than I normally write. But I liked it. This is the first time I wrote a chapter I like. So I'm really happy with the way the chapter turned out. Now I have to figure out what I'm doing next. Like I know where they're going, where they're heading. But I got to figure out the emotional fallout from this chapter. Kind of like the sequel when you think about scene and sequel, when it comes to writing a story. So I was just reading back through it. I had like 3 minutes left when I finished writing it. I was reading back through to see what I needed to fix, and I left out a word. I just saw that, so I didn't get a chance to add it yet. So I don't want to forget where I'm at. I had a sentence, and I know how the sentence is supposed to end, but I meant the ending word in there, so it makes no sense. All right, let's see how you guys did. So left off here, we're talking about the word special, and I was thinking the same thing. It was probably a peer of some type. It was either a peer or I was thinking possibly could be a para, but I don't know that she would use that. So, and Karma has not gotten to the point of being able to advocate for herself, so she cannot tell me her own opinions. Well, hopefully she will get to that point eventually. Like I was not expecting it from my kiddo at all. But at school this year, they were teaching the kids that they were not babies, and so she got really upset that I call her my baby girl. Oh, she's the youngest. Yeah, because they take it so literally, right? Yeah. I think Julian has said that to me, but it's been a while. And I had said the same thing. I was like, I said to her, or her, I said to him that he'll always be my baby because he's my youngest. So he's never said anything since then, but that was like a couple years ago. So we had a discussion on the fact that she is always going to be my baby. Yep, yeah, that's exactly right. But that she is right that other people besides her dad and I should not call her that. Yes, because she is not their baby. Good morning, Jocelyn. How's it going? Hope all is well with you. Are you working on anything? Hi to Jocelyn from Andy. I feel a yawn coming on. I'm like, did I drink my coffee? I've not finished drinking my coffee. I'm tired. Yeah, I remember my mom to say youngest instead of baby as her youngest once upon a time ago. I tell my son he's my baby forever because I'm his mama forever. Yeah. And I'll stop saying baby if he wants me to. And he's like, nah, it's fine. LOL. He's just 8. That's so cute. I love that story. Nah, that's fine. He's also sleeping in this summer, which is so new for us. Same for mine. But I know because he's waking up in the middle of the night. I only know because one night he told me he was up. And then his brother, who's home right now, is right across the hall from him. And he told me a couple of days in a row, he's like, yeah, he wakes up around 2:00. He goes back to sleep, but he's up for a little bit. And so I asked Julian, I was like, are you getting on your phone? He was like, no. Because in my mind, I'm like, if he's getting on his phone, that's probably what's waking him, or keeping him awake. But yeah. But so he's sleeping in because I think he's waking up in the middle of the night. Otherwise, I don't think he'd be sleeping in. Hey, hello, Barb. Back from the psych. I wasn't hospitalized, so I call that a win. Yes. Victory, says Eva. 100%. If they put me on hold, I'll probably enjoy the downtime too much. Yeah. It'd almost be like a vacation in a way, I suppose. I don't know if I can make my brain stop working so hard, though. I'd need something to stop it from going every which direction. With a pencil and paper, you bet. Right. I still call my son baby boy, and the girl is my sweet baby girl. They're 46, 44, and 42. That's so sweet. I could be your daughter because I'm 46. So I didn't remember, look at the years, 2026. So I didn't realize I was, I think at this point in my life, I don't think of myself as being young in any way. Not old, but I think I will feel like I'm old when I can no longer move. But hopefully my mind is still there. Then I'll be okay with that. I am about 300 words short for the day at about 700 words so far. So you gotta get 300 more. Oh, but it's time to head out. Bye, everyone. Bye, Cece. I missed you. That was a little while ago. I can't count. 17 minutes ago. But everyone and good luck. Or bye, everyone, and good luck with your writing productivity. I appreciate that. Thanks so much for stopping in, Stacey. I've done nothing but read a little bit today. LOL. I'm having a hard time finding something to read. I talked about this yesterday. You were here. You probably don't want to hear the rant again. I did push myself through to read a book that I had started yesterday, but I didn't think it was going to be very good. I still don't think it's very good. But it's the best of the best, the best of the worst. It's the best of the worst ones I've read in the last few days. But still, it's like, I think because it does surprise me in some ways, because there's four main points of view, and the female main character is in first person. Everybody else is in third person, and I didn't catch that right away. So I think that surprised me. But then there is like, I know there's different ways of switching points of views. Often it's a scene break or a chapter break. I use chapter breaks to do a different point of view. I just think that feels more clean to me. Not necessarily what I look for in reading other people's works, but I do expect something. And this author used brackets and then gave me the name of the person and then gave me what their background is. Like one's a winter fae, another is a dragon, another is an orc, no, troll slash goblin. So it'll give me the name and what they are. And I'm like, I feel like they must be doing this because people would forget, okay, this name goes with this type of character. Oh, it's not 4 points of view. It's 5 points of view. 6. There's a lot of points of view in here. It's probably why this author made that choice, but I still think it's very weird to put it in bold and put it into brackets and not a scene break or a chapter break. And I can see why probably chapter break wasn't used because these points of views can be just a few paragraphs long, but it's very different reading it. And I don't know how to feel about it. And then the story is very, very predictable. But it's, like I said, it's got parts of it that surprise me. So I'm sticking with it, but I've been having a hard time finding something to read in the last couple weeks. Anyways, let me go on. My landlord didn't pay the electric bill, so that session was doing things without electricity. It's back on now, so here I am. Oh gosh, I'm glad you got it back, Barb. That would not have been good. Barb, didn't your landlord forget to pay the electricity bill last month? I felt like that. Yes, I feel like I remember this happening. Yes, I was thinking the same thing. I was like, what is that? This feels familiar. Deja vu moment. But if it actually happened, it's not really deja vu, right? But I thought it was a deja vu moment. Oh my God, if your mind is all there, but you can't move, that might be quite a poor quality of life. Well, it depends because they have things now that hook up to your mind that can speak for you. So as long as I have my mind, even if I can't move, I can still tell stories, right? I'm used to dictating anyways. I mean, revising and editing, I probably couldn't do very well. I probably have to hire people to do that because I only dictate when it comes to brainstorming and drafting. Very hard to dictate if you're trying to, you know, edit or revise, unless you're revising like a big section. Andy, oh, it's a monthly expectation. Yes, he's in Ecuador, so I have to WhatsApp him. He always pays it, but it's quite annoying. You should get like a discount on every bill that or every rental payment you have to make if you have to remind him, because now you're acting like his like secretary to remind him of when something needs to be done. I know, probably can't do that, but that's the thing that goes through my head. Tell him to put it on automatic payment or something. Oh goodness, that would be less dramatic. I swear he lives off the adrenaline. That's an interesting way to do it. No bungee jumping. He'd rather live off the adrenaline of whether or not his tenants are going to have electricity this month. Tell him to sort it out. Otherwise, you'll do bits and barbs, and he won't like what barbs does to him. Sorry, SP. Sorry. I'm not really sure what that was for, but I'm the nice one in the house. There are 4 of us. He listens to me much more than the others. Helps that I speak Spanish. Oh, that's nice. Yeah. So you can talk to him in his language. I can read and somewhat hear Spanish and French and understand most of it. Can't speak it anymore. Used to when I was younger. The reconnection fee adds up too. I'm awful with remembering to pay things. I have alarms or auto payments whenever possible. Oh, told you a yawn was coming. And I slept good last night, but probably not enough. But alarms or auto payments. I have a couple things on auto payments. I usually do auto payments if it's like I can get a discount or I'm made to do it. But I've had things on auto payments where I would get a discount for setting up an auto payment. But yeah. Anyways, got to the end. Let's go on another sprint. If you have to leave out, thanks so much for coming. For everyone else, 1 hour on the clock. In 3, 2, 1, and go back. And that's time on that sprint. How did you do? I finished up the little bit of revisions, like the last the last chapter I wrote. I had some issues. I left out words, which I usually do, and I seen them right before we came off the sprint, so I fixed those. So it was just like 14 minutes of reading through the chapter and seeing what else I missed. 26 words added. And then I went to go feed the kiddo because it was lunchtime, and then I came back, and while I was making lunch, I kind of thought about like, okay, what do I want this next chapter to be? We're kind of moving back into territory that I had on my previous, like, I say outline, but it's not what you would think of as an outline. It's just verbal vomit of what I think is going to happen in each chapter. And so moving kind of back into that territory, but I'm like, okay, but where should this chapter end? So I was just doing a lot more brainstorming. Like, okay, now we know this is what just happened. What is the emotional fallout from that? Physically, I know what they're doing, but because they're trying to hide and run from the Ascar, the Fire Fae king, essentially. They don't call him king, but I know that they're going to be like hiding out in a ship, trying to get to some, because it's a Fire Fae Isle, so they're going to try and get to a different island to get to a headquarters of the Resistance. But yeah, but I was like, I know that they're going to get on this ship and they're going to make it to the Resistance. What are they doing in between? What conversations would they have? What would happen? How many days would it be? That kind of stuff. So I had to kind of figure some of that stuff out. So yeah, did a bunch of brainstorming. I think I'm right at the point now where I am ready to write the next chapter, which so far that means today is already going better than yesterday, because I only got 2 chapters written, but it took me like almost a whole day to write 1 chapter. And now I've written 2, right? I've written 2 chapters. No, I've written 1 chapter. Well, I thought I was much further along. This is going to be the 2nd chapter, but I'm still further along than I was yesterday, because it took me like all the way until like 3 or 4 o'clock in the evening for me to get 1 chapter done. And it's 11:37 for me right now. So I'll get the 2nd chapter done. I might get a 3rd chapter done today. Who knows? We'll see. Okay, let's see how you guys did. A few comments. We're talking about the electricity and the reconnection and auto payments when possible. And Eva says, yeah, many things offer discounts. That's what I was saying. I mentioned that I like to do auto payments when there's a discount offered. So I'm about to go back to paying with checks through the mail. Wow, that's kind of old school. I'm trying to think. There was I think we have a bill that won't even accept checks anymore, which is really weird. How much longer for you today? Well, this is kind of a longer day for me. And this is like an hour ago when you asked. Yeah, right about an hour ago. So I will go until about 4 or 5 o'clock my time, which is 5, 6 Eastern. I don't know what time zone you're in. But yeah, a little bit of a longer day. Don't feel like you have to hang out with me. I appreciate you being here when you're able to be. Kat says, I completed all 5 of my admin tasks. I will now be getting ready to run my errands. So hopping off. Thanks for the sprints, and have a terrific Tuesday, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Kat, it's nice to see you. All these convenience fees, right? Yeah, convenience fees. Yeah, we did a bunch of stuff on the weekend for Father's Day. One of the things, we went to an escape room, so I bought those tickets ahead of time, but we were also going to go see a movie, and it was in Pensacola, which is a bit of a drive from here, because we have a small town where I live, and our theater wasn't showing hardly anything. And so I thought about buying the tickets online, and they were going to charge me $9.96 for convenience fee for buying it online. I'm like, forget it. We'll just buy it when we get there. And the thing is that we were getting a discount on the price because it was the matinee showing. And I was like, well, we might as well just cancel out the matinee price, because our escape room was at 4 o'clock on Sunday. So we had to go do the movie ahead of time. Rita, happy Tuesday, working from this channel today. Woo, woo, wahoo. It's nice to see you, Rita. Hope all is well with you. Later, Kat, says Eva. Glad you're able to hopefully catch her before she left out. Oh, man, I missed the break. Went and sat outside with Poncho, the dog. Well, it sounded like you had a good break, though, to go sit outside. I mean, especially if you've got, like, a really peaceful place where you're living. I don't find that it's very peaceful where I'm at now. When we lived in Kentucky, we were like in a subdivision that was very rural. So there was like 24 houses, and that was it. We were surrounded by cow pastures and cornfields and everything all around us, grain silos. So You always knew when somebody was moving in the neighborhood because it was so quiet. I could go sit out in the back patio and just listen to the cows moo. It was so peaceful. And here I sit outside and I can hear the highway. Even though we're a small town, I hear the highway. Yeah, so it's peaceful. But it was there. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, I didn't say this part. Eva says to Diane, hey, how's the exhibit going? And Diane says, nope, no, Eva says, did I add to the prior first scene instead of moving on? Yes. I also hate where this scene takes place, but it's fine. I did manage to figure out there are 5 prophecies. Oh my goodness. This is not a mythic fantasy. This is an epic mythic fantasy. Is it 5 prophecies, or is this like 5 different stories that could overlap? That's a lot of prophecies. That's kind of like Wheel of Time by Robert Jordan, and it was finished up by Brandon Sanderson because Robert Jordan died before he finished it. The first book starts off, The Eye of the World starts off with a prophecy, which you find out later applies to Rand. And as he goes, and he's like embracing what this means to be the Dragon Reborn, in every city he goes to, they have like their own prophecy of what the Dragon Reborn is supposed to do. And it's really fascinating. To me, it was really fascinating because everybody had their own prophecy. And then you have the, I don't know how you say their name, Shanon or something. They came across the sea to the main continent where he's at. And they even had their own prophecy for the Dragon Reborn. And they didn't all these prophecies did not put him in the same light. Like some of them, he was kind of a savior. Another, he was going to be the destroyer. Overall, he was supposed to destroy everything. Because men with magic was not supposed to happen, because the male half of the magic, because there's male and female half of the magic, Satan is a male half, was tainted. So anybody who used it, or any male who used the male half of the magic, would eventually go insane and kill everybody around them. So, by the time we get to the beginning of the Wheel of Time, any males who are found with magic, or what they called it? I forget what they called it now. Nullified, essentially, like neutered, but in the magical way. And then when you're cut off from the magic that you are born with, most of them go crazy and not kill anybody anymore, but they just go crazy and take their own life. So, yeah, it was like it was really interesting to have all these prophecies about him, and they were all different from different cultures. They aren't called that because there are prophets. There are prophets. So there aren't prophets. Right? Because there are prophets, aren't prophets, rather. Because there aren't prophets. Well, does a prophecy have to come from a prophet? It can be a seer, a witch. I don't know. This is your world, so maybe that's the way it is, yeah? The 4 toads come from the beasts that roam. They hold the magic that doesn't exist anymore. And before, I thought it was one 4-toed from many POVs, but they're all different legs of one table. Yeah, that's kind of what I was just talking about with it. Well, or something. Yeah, because I would say some of the prophecies about Rand, or the Dragon Reborn anyways, was not always, like, it didn't overlap well with other ones. Like, it didn't, like, he couldn't be both, but he could be part of one and part of another. Sort of like, I actually have a prophecy about the Summer Child in my series with the Brides of the Dragon Kings. You don't learn about the Summer Child in the first book that I wrote, because I was trying to keep the world smaller then. But you get kind of an idea there's something more going on. But they don't, or the chaos lore is also a prophecy. And they don't really remember what these prophecies are or what they say. And there's a conversation between Nira and the Firebird where they talk about how prophecies can be manipulated by political systems and changed to fit whatever it is that people actually want. So, yeah. It's going well. Reception was last Saturday. So far, sold 11 pieces. Congrats. And thank you for asking, says Diane to Eva. Yeah, that's amazing. I've never sold anything. I had a long time ago offers for some of my paintings, but never sold them. Now I'm switching to YouTube mode. Okay. Printing out Cal preparing new videos, etc. Printing out Cal preparing new videos. Sounds like calories. I wanted so much to be able to show up like, ta-da, surprise. My life was like, ha, ha, ha. Well, selling 11 pieces is incredible. Congratulations. Yeah, but, maybe everything you're writing right now is going to gear guide you to where you need to be. I'm telling myself that right now, Eva, because I'm like, I did not think about this story long enough. And I'm like, oh, many things. I'm like, what would they be doing? Like, I never had any clue what conversations and what would actually be happening while they're traveling by boat. And they're on boat between 6 and 7 days. And I'm like, what would they be doing? All I had in my notes was they get on the boat and then they go through all the islands. And then they get to this island where the resistance is at. And then I have more notes after that about what happens next. But I was like, surely something's going to happen between all this time because they're supposed to, like, quote unquote, fall in love during this time period. But I mean, obviously it's already kind of started happening before then, but there's a lot of obstacles in the way. And I'm like, okay. And so now all the obstacles are kind of cleared out of the way while they're traveling by boat. But I'm like, what conversations would they have? I hadn't figured it out. So I'm just kind of writing stuff, hoping. Like everything I just wrote today, none of it, I hadn't had any of those conversations in my head at all. Usually I have lots of conversations in my head with my stories. And it more often than not, my conversations that are going on in my head don't ever make it onto the page. They're just like conversations of the characters getting to know themselves and letting me know who they are. I don't know if that's the right thing to say, but yeah. But I haven't had too many conversations with these two characters. So I'm kind of like, I'm just going to write something. If it don't work, well, yeah. And I kind of thought I'm kind of along the same lines. I'm like, I'm just showing up and hopefully it works. Kings also don't exist in my world, but I named a man king. He's meant to be the first of sorts. Oh, I love that. Sort of like Caesar, right? Because like Caesar was meant to be like the emperor. It was another name for like emperor, king or whatnot. And it was given to Augustus. I think it was used before then, but I remember it was given to Augustus. And then they start thinking of it as more of like a name than a title. That's interesting. Okay. I think I'm forgetting something there, but I don't remember what it was. I was forgetting. Nice. My document has about 200 more words than it did yesterday. That's good. It has more words. Can't do anything if you don't have words on the page. Printing off Q3 calendar and eating ice cream. It's a rough life. What kind of ice cream? I've been like fiending for ice cream for the last few days, but we don't actually have any. And I'm like, I don't need it. LOL, it's so rough. Oh, what kind of ice cream? Crunchy ice cream bar. Ooh, yeah, I like those. Good option. Yes. Also looking for super easy meals to prep for. Super. Oh, supper. That is supper, but I did take it as super. So I knew what you meant. I meant what you know. I think that's what Devin likes to say. But my husband is a huge Wheel of Time fan. Oh, so you probably have heard all the things. Yeah. One stoplight town, 1,800 population on a good day. Yeah, I bet that's really, oh, but you can hear noise, but mostly locals. I can almost hear that. We moved to Indiana after the hurricane hit in Florida, and we moved in with my grandparents. And they lived out in the country, but my uncle and his family lived close by, and it was population for like 300 or 400 in that town. And you had noise, but it was not the same as like city noise. It was so different. I could be that old lady that sits on the porch and waves at everyone. I don't know if I could ever be there. I'd rather not be seen. So I'd be sitting in the backyard. Nobody can see me. I love your summary. Much more interesting than what my husband would say of the same books. LOL. Oh, okay. Well, at least, but you know what I'm kind of saying, you know, even if I know I was like saying all these words. I was like, this is going to be nothing to nobody unless they know the Wheel of Time. I love that. Diane from Eva, bird feeders in yard. Oh, I love that. I kind of sort of keep track of what types show up. Yeah, but just having the bird feeders there brings all of the birds and the songs. And I find that very soothing. Yeah, with this story, magic is what existed before humanity. Both existing together isn't working out. It's interesting. See, like the world that I've created with the chaos lore, everybody's magical except for humans, but humans didn't exist for a long time because of the chaos lore. And people don't really remember that part. But the creation of humans is what's leading to the chaos lore. So I know where the last series in this world is supposed to be, and how it's going to end. But I've always thought about, well, what could come after? Because now that would be when there's no more magic. But there is magic. It's just hidden. So sort of like the Irish mythologies when the Tuatha De Danann went beneath the hills, when they lost to the Malaysians, which really made no sense to me because they had magic. They were considered gods, and the Malaysians were humans with no magic. So how did they lose to them? So that always fascinated me how that happened, but they didn't explain that in the folklore. But yeah, they had to go away, be unseen, and then they became the fairies that everyone took from the stories afterward. My characters only know 3 of the prophecies, where I know 5 exist. That's what you know, and they don't know it. But those existing would sort of imply many more could exist. And I have a pirate character, and she's my favorite too. Oh my gosh, this feels a little bit like me because Adria is one of my favorite characters, and she's a pirate. And her husband, they have their own story, their own love story before they get married. But her husband knows about a prophecy that counteracts the other prophecy. So yeah, lots of stuff going on. LOL, watching squirrels chase each other up and down a tree out a window. So fun. I watch squirrels too. I do too. I like them. I've always liked squirrels. Then I went to Hawaii. There's lots of things I love about Hawaii, but they don't have squirrels there. My trees out back are tall, and I'm looking out from high up. So you see them at the top of the tree, organizing for filming. We have, right now, my cats are not going outside in the front yard because I usually take them out in the front yard and I take my kiddo to the bus stop because it's just not far from the house. And toward the end of the school year, I had to start putting the cats up because the squirrels were going nuts. Like they made sounds of distress, and they would just keep making this sound and sound over and over again. So I put the cats up, and then they calmed down. But and now we're not in the front yard, so I haven't seen them for a while. But I'm sure they probably like that the cats are not outside in the front yard anymore. I hope I can get the story to make sense to readers. Yeah, that's what revision and editing are for, right? Hopefully. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get going on another hour sprint for anyone who's able to stick around and wants to keep sprinting. For anybody else who has to leave out, thanks so much for coming. I'm gonna get started in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. minutes time on that sprint. How did you do? I'm like falling out of this. I don't know why I keep ending up not in the camera. Okay. Before it was like going up like last week. Okay. Gotta write it down. 60 minutes. And I think it was, I have a lot of ones today. 1451. I also had a 1691 and a 1241. Now 1451. It's very interesting. Anyways, numbers. Let's see how you guys did. So Annie says, took a break and had a bite back here. All right. Probably get some work done. Same Andy, had lunch, took care of the dogs. I know it's back to editing. And now that I know. And celebrate chatty bits. Yay, just making myself a slice of toast. Is that what you had for food? Or is that another bite? Because you said took a break and had a bite. So you're having, just make yourself a slice of toast. So it's like 2 bites. Well, I've made it back from swim lessons. No writing was done, but I did get a call with my grandma. Nice. Yeah, you didn't think you were going to get any writing done probably during that time period. So I'm almost done with this chapter. I know the final like beat of the chapter, like the very last things that's going to happen, but I'm like trying to figure out where I'm at and like getting to that last part. So, which I don't think is going to be much more. I think I'm almost there. Yeah, maybe like a couple more paragraphs, some dialogue. I think I'm almost there. So yeah, and then I'll have my second chapter done for the day, and then start on the next chapter. Okay, I don't not seeing anything else come through. Waited a couple minutes, so let's go ahead and get going on another sprint. If you have to leave out, thanks so much for coming. For everyone else, we'll get going on another 60 minutes in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. Okay, that is time on that sprint. How did you do? Oh yeah, I spent 12 minutes finishing off the chapter I was writing on. It was 537 words. And then I started brainstorming. I just, like, as soon as I heard the ding, I went and copied everything from the speech to text program and put it over here into this Word document that I'm using. Is kind of like my outline. It's not really an outline, but just where I'm collecting everything. But it's kind of far. Like, how much should I put here? Okay, here we go. So that's 2,838 words. 12, 15, 60 minutes. It's 48 minutes. 28, 38. I think I wrote so much, like in my brainstorming, that this is going to be 2 chapters, not 1 chapter. Because I just figured out where I probably want to stop and then start the next chapter. Which would be good, because right now I've been like struggling to figure out the middle portion of my story. And I keep having to figure out, okay, what's going to happen next? Because like I know they get on the ship and then they get to the next destination, but something has to happen on the ship. So I think I figured it all out. So I'll be able to like pretty much go right into writing the next chapter after this, if it all works. So yeah, let's see how you guys did. Andy says the toast will be more than 2 bites, LOL. Yeah, I was just, I don't know, not successfully making a joke out of how an hour ago, when this is 2 hours ago now, you said you were going to get a bite, you got a bite to eat, and then you were getting a bite to eat again after the sprint. So I was like, oh, so it's like 2 bites of eat to eat. So Nia came in, hello, having a late lunch before heading into the office. Hopefully it was good. That was like an hour ago, so I missed you. Diane says, need to paint a few mini masterpieces, looking to see what ones I want to do. Okay, so you're going to paint masterpieces that are already, like, those that are considered masterpieces. Because like at first I took that need to paint a few mini masterpieces, like I'm going to paint my own masterpieces, but you're going to paint other masterpieces and seeing which ones you want to do. What kind of art style are you attracted to, like, the most? Like what do you like to do the most? You're still here. I'm so happy. Got lots to do. Need company. Yeah, I'm gonna be here for a little while. It's almost 2:00 my time, so I would say at least 2, maybe 3 more sprints. I'm on a roll. So, and I did not do well with writing yesterday. I mean, it's not been real easy today. Not as easy as it usually is when I'm drafting. Usually when I'm drafting, I can get stuff out pretty quick. But like I said, this story has not been in my mind for very long. Usually things are in my mind for a few months, if not a year or 2 years or more. And then when I go to write the story, I'm pretty ready to go to get it all out. There's always some parts I don't know, but this one was like a lot more parts. I did not know what was going to happen. I just knew. So this is the beginning. They're going to do this. And then here's the end. And that's about all I knew. And I knew what the emotional and character arc would be. But I didn't know how that would intersect with the actual, like, what's happening in the story. And how they would get to the points of the change in the character arc. So, yeah, so this has been a little bit harder for this, but today's been better than yesterday, because yesterday I struggled all day to write 1 chapter. Finally got a 2nd chapter done later in the night. And then today, this is the beginning of my 3rd chapter, but I think it's going to be enough information for 4 or 2 chapters. So it'll be 4 chapters today that I will have written. Yeah, if I get through chapter 14, because I finished through chapter 10 yesterday. Is that right? Yeah, I finished 8. Okay, so I did 9 and 10 yesterday. Okay. And 11 and 12 are done. And I think I've got enough brainstorm that this is going to be 2 chapters. Pretty certain it's going to be. So I'm going to be here for a little while. Same, says JL. Well, it's nice to have you both here. JC, back again. Hope you're having a great day so far. It is. Hello, everyone. Nia, hello. Hey, JC. Hey, Nia. Eva. Jules had a poll up the other day asking which sport our MC would play, and it had me realize I didn't include sports in my world other than for 1 event, which suddenly felt so convenient. So now I have another sport, but I don't know what it is. The next team will tell me, I guess. Oh, that's really fascinating. I have thought about sports in my world, and it's kind of set up. I mean, it's a secondary Earth, so it doesn't have our same history. I have kind of made it analogous. I don't know how you say the word. Similar to what our 10th century would be, except at one point, I suppose this could be true for our world too, because there's some scientists or not people theorists have this idea, but except at one point there was like advanced technology and it was a lot of it was destroyed. And they don't know what happened. That's because of my 0 year. But yeah, so some things they're advanced on and some things are not. It's like they're just now getting gunpowder, which is not gunpowder, it's black powder. They haven't invented guns yet. But then other things they know, like they know about bacteria and cells and stuff like that. So they call it slightly different. What did I call it? It's in one of my stories, The Florist Budding Desire. The main male character is very interested in creating a new spell. And so he has to break down, and he's an earth fae. So he breaks down like the living organisms of what he can find in anything, in soil and plants and things like that. So, yeah. And then he creates life, which is really interesting. But he's the only one ever that's been able to do that. But anyway, what was I going off? Oh, sports. So sports. I don't see sports happening in my world because at least not right now. It would be like, I thought would be kind of cool, and I'd like to have it happen, but it hasn't come up in any story yet. It's something like the Olympics, right? Because the Olympics started, a couple thousand years ago, right? When did they start? I don't know. I feel like it was a couple thousand years ago. Which that would be fine with the time period that I have. 776 BC. So that was a couple thousand years ago. And so mine's roughly 10,080, 1,080, not 10,000, 1,080. So I kind of thought the Olympics would be there, but there's been so much war that started early. And it started not too long after the 0 year. The 0 year, no one remembers what happened before the 0 year. Summer Fae War started in 363. Technically, they're done. What am I writing? Yes, they're done right now by the time the novella I'm writing right now. Because this novella that I'm writing is in 1742. But the Summer Fae Wars lasted through 989. So like my Bound to the Element series is it's 383. So the Summer Fae Wars just started like 20 years prior. So yeah. Olympics can really only happen when you have some peace. Doesn't have to be perfect peace, but there's not a lot of peace right now in my world. So there's no sports. But yeah, I think that's fascinating that you're making up a sport. It's probably the World Cup or the fact that my son just registered for fall soccer, but I think the sport will be similar with more goals. Hi, JC. What's her name? Rawlings? I can't remember the first part of her name. The Harry Potter author. Did she make up Quidditch? Whatever it was called. I feel like that was made up, but it was based off of another sport. But I can't remember. It's been too many years since I thought about it. But maybe something similar like that. Maybe yours is not on the ground. Maybe it's in the air. But not in the air where you have to be on flying broomsticks. It's mythic, right? So you said are there humans? Oh gosh, I don't remember what you said now. With the humans, there are no humans. So if everyone's magical, so magic could be part of the game in some way. I still have not moved from where I was. My document has about 500 more words than it did yesterday, but I still have just one scene. I think that's okay. You're like thinking through things. Don't discount the thinking. So I know I had to like be comfortable with that after a couple years of pursuing writing full time and thinking about, like I was not doing the right thing by sitting here thinking. I was not actually doing anything. I was just thinking. I was like, no, you have to be thinking. You have to think through your stories. So yeah, I would count that. That's why I have some brainstorming on my document that has 0 words because all I do is think. So I can't let myself think too far ahead or it gets all tangled. And that makes sense. I want the tangles to surprise me when I get to them. Instead, so many parts to this one. Diane used one of my photos as reference for a piece. I put that on my resume. Oh, I love that. Yep, these are collectibles of mini brand masterpieces. But if you collect them, you wind up with duplicates. I'm going to do a couple things not included in this series. I don't really know what that is, mini brand masterpieces. But it puts me in the mind frame of like those miniature like books people get. Because I watch like Kat, and there was a couple other of booktubers who they get something and they open it up and it has like little tiny miniature books in them. It looks like a physical like hard copy or physical or a paperback copy of a book. And like Colleen Hoover was one of them. One of her books was in there. That's what's making me think of. I'm at the point where I'm planning videos and making sure I have the supplies to do them. The art supplies or like the supplies for doing the video, like the lighting and all that. I had to buy a new ring light. Mine went out finally. I was just wondering how long it would last, and I got it in 2021, around June. Had to be before June. So it lasted nearly 5 years. Not quite, because it went out like a month ago. I love all of that. Read 0 year, what they know, what they don't know, etc. My story takes place during the start of an industrial era with an element working with the second moon for energy. Ooh, I love that. Okay, so not really epic fantasy. It could be. Most epic fantasy is a secondary Earth trope, which means it's the same as, like it has the same things like one moon, one sun. I'm sure there's variations though. But mythic. I really like that idea. Industrial. So if it's industrial, there's steampunk. No, it's not steampunk. What is it? It's like Victorian era type of writing. It reminds me of steampunk, but steampunk is in the future. What's it called? See if I can find it. I'm not finding it. There's a name for it. Don't remember. So yeah, it's like something that takes place in the Victorian era, but it has some advanced technologies. I can't find it. It wants to give me something about typewriters. It didn't say anything about typewriters. Genre. Terrain, genre, writing. It still says steampunk. It's mostly categorized as steampunk. There's another name. It's not just steampunk. Gas lamp. There it is. Gas lamp is what I was looking for. So gas lamp fantasy, maybe. Yeah. Wait, what? To Eva. Yep, they pulled the books at some places because of Colleen Hoover subject matter. Oh. I've never read any of her books. I've always told myself I should go read them because they're romance or contemporary romance. I always told myself I should go read some of them because they got really, really popular so I could see what about them got popular. But if some of them been pulled, it's probably not what I want to write. So, are you resist, says to Eva. Yes. Just a channel change name. I'm Eva. OMG, I hadn't put it together. LOL. It is what it is. My world is Earth with my own origin stories. The second moon doesn't exist now. Oh, okay. So there's like a second moon in the mythic structure of the origin stories. The volcano baby handles that. Spoiler. The world isn't so connected. So there are sophisticated cities with arts and music and education, and then there's small villages without this sort of tech. I mean, we kind of have that even in today's societies, right? Because we have societies that are not technologically advanced. And isn't there like one that, the people are not supposed to go to the island because of the advancement of the people who are there who don't want anything or something like that? Lunar punk is a term I've used too. Oh, cool. Wait, is it taking place on the moon? By the way, you are in the gallery window. No one flies, still only boats, but trains are beginning. Oh, I love that. My husband has mentioned wanting to buy it. Is that what's in the gallery window? That's really cool. I was just talking about what I want for my room one day, my she shed or whatever we end up making. I want to have a room that I want it to be more like a sunroom. It has lots of windows, but it has my computer and also has plenty of space for books and then plenty of space for painting. No, but the moon is the power, where solar is the power for solar punk, clean energy, either way. I like that. So the moon is the most important force in the celestial bodies versus the sun. Very cool. Yes. Yeah, it's something that it's just thoughts in my head still, because in the main part of my world where I'm writing the 1700s, there are no more moon fae. And I've written now 2 stories with moon fae back in, 383. That's part of my Balance of the Elements series. And they're there. And I talked a little bit about how, like, in one of the stories, well, both of them actually mentions that moon fae have more of a defensive power. And I've thought about this more deeply. Haven't put in any stories about, like, why is it defensive, compared to, like, the sun. It's the summer fae wars. The summer fae, which is sun and fire, take out the winter fae, which is moon and water. The moon fae are all gone basically, except for 2 left in the 1700s. And I'm like, okay, how does this happen exactly? Well, the sun has more power. It has more influence on the world than the moon does. So it's like I've really thought deeply into this and how I can make that work. Maybe the Earth exists further from the sun, as their dark seasons are darker and their nights longer too. All of this part of this world being created. I love that. Dark seasons are darker and their nights are longer. So yeah, it would be, so it's almost like being on like what's the closest planet to us that's beyond, is it Venus? Is that Neptune after Venus? So that Neptune is mostly gases, right? Mars, no, it's Mars. Oh, Venus is closer. Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune. Wait, that's not the right order, is it? It must be. I'm totally off. Saturn, Uranus. No, okay. Saturn is mostly gases. But it could be something like that. So it's like further in the solar system, so that the sun has less power. Oh, that's why they would have 2 moons at one point. That's really cool. I don't know how I did it, but I've put so many threads together without knowing the world. Cool, says Andy. A second moon going away would change orbits for sure. Yeah. Okay. LOL. I'll show myself out. Yeah. Why did I think Venus was on the other side? It's closer to the sun. I thought Venus was one closest to the sun. Mars was further out, but I was backwards on that. Shows you what I know about the solar system. But anyways, yeah. Let's go ahead and get another sprint going for anyone who is staying and needs to get some more words in or some more productivity in, whatever it is that they're doing. 1 hour on the clock. Thank you so much for being here. You gotta leave out for everyone else. 3, 2, 1. Good luck. Right. I do believe there's stuff about physics that we don't know yet. I do feel that. Okay. Bye, Andy. Okay, that is time. I had to do a little bit more brainstorming because I did some brainstorming, which I thought was gonna be like 2 chapters. It's still gonna be 2 chapters, but then I need to tease out what I exactly I wanted to put into the first chapter, and that was 1771 more in brainstorming, and then I started writing the first of the 2 chapters is 786 words. This is like the first 3 beats of the chapter, and it's got 7 or 8 beats. I can't remember, but ideas that I wrote. I don't know. And things change as I write them, so we'll see what happens. See how you guys did. Left off with Andy saying he was going to hop off. And then Eva says, this world started as a book and another story. That sounds familiar. This was like an hour ago, so I don't know if you're still here, but I feel like you might have mentioned this before, but I didn't quite remember. And then JL says, I was thinking about querying the book just for the experience of doing it, even though I know I'm going to self-publish. I mean, you can try it, right? There's nothing wrong with that, I think. You'd have to build it around the timeline of when you think you're going to want to have it out in the world, because I think you have to give, like, when you query, I think they're probably different everywhere you query, but different places say they need like 6 months to process the whatever it is that you send them. Others say you'll know within a couple months. This is what I remember from when I was querying years and years ago, 2012, 2011, 2012, somewhere in that time frame. So it could be slightly different, but I'm assuming there's probably still time frames. So if you know you're going to, like, for instance, if you know you're going to publish it next month, it may not be worth it to query it. Well, it depends. It goes into another thought process, because some say, if you're going to self-publish a book, you don't want to query it. You don't want to try and see if you can find an agent for it after it's published. Self-publish, especially if it doesn't do well. Because if it doesn't do well, they're going to look at that track record and be like, and then pass on it just already. So it's better to query probably with a book that has not been published yet. But then you could publish it and it does really well. And then you probably wouldn't have trouble finding an agent for it. So I don't know. Yeah, different ideas in there, different thoughts to think of. That also came through about an hour ago. So I don't know if anybody else has any other updates. I think I've given a few here. My son did come in and talk to me for a couple minutes, and he's going to get some dinner. That's going to be here like in an hour and 15 minutes. So I think what I'm going to do is just do one more sprint, and that'll give me enough time to do an hour sprint, 15 minutes total to wrap up if I need it. Usually by the end of these long ones, there aren't a lot of people here. So, but yeah. So let's go ahead and get going on the final sprint. And I have no idea how many sprints that was, because I'm tracking. I got, like, usually I can track how many sprints I'm doing, because, like, if I'm drafting, so I'm drafting for an hour, drafting for the next hour, drafting for the. I've got like brainstorming, drafting, revision, brainstorming, drafting, brainstorming, drafting. So I'm like, I don't know how many sprints we've done today, but we've done a few. So I think we've got quite a bit more. Yay, well, one more. Alrighty. For anyone who has to leave out, thanks so much for coming. For everyone else, we'll get going on this last hour in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. All right, that was time on the last sprint. I really do need a break, so I'm glad that was the last one. I went much slower on that. I did finish the chapter, 943 words added. So I got 3 chapters added today. Yeah, I'm about to start chapter 14. So 10, 11, 12. Did I say it to 20, 11, 12, 13? I think I did 3 chapters today, I think. I don't know. Where was I at? I'd have to look at it again. I had done 8, 9, and 10 was yesterday. Okay, so I've did 3 chapters today. Yeah, which is much further than I got yesterday. So I'm happy with the progress, even if it's not quite, even if this book is not going quite as fast as I had hoped it would be. Because I thought, oh, I can finish it in a week. Yeah, probably not going to happen. But I will get quite far in it. So left off with JC saying, yay, one more, with that beginning of the last one there. And Diane saying, woohoo. And then Keiko come in. Hello. I'm late. Just wanting to boop by. I appreciate that. My day off, and I'm melting like crazy. It's so hot here. It's hot here too. I think I missed you because that was like 20 minutes ago. But all right. I think that was 3, 5, 7. I don't know when that ended. But yeah, this was the long day. I'll be back again tomorrow, starting at noon Central Time, so 1 Eastern. And it's just the 3 hours tomorrow. So I'm waiting a couple more seconds to see if there's anybody else who has any updates. But I think that's it. And I want to get up and walk around. I'm like tired from sitting here. I know this sounds silly. You get tired from sitting, but yeah, I need to get up and move around. Thank you everyone for joining me today, and I'll catch you guys all later. Bye.